Okay, well now there's more sound than there should be sound. One moment. Why did it turn on this microphone? And there we go. Okay, we should have the appropriate amount of sound now. Okay. There we go. Okay. Hi. Okay. So, ever so slightly late start to the stream because I had one of them thoughts of like, well, oh gosh, there's so much. Let me explain. Let's go start with what I was doing last night. So, enjoy the stream in the stream there for a moment. Which...
HER 100 Shelby is being trolled by the hardware. What's new? And line.
Gosh. One moment. Why is my audio getting just wrecked over here? Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Man. Okay. Also, Crazy Boy, thank you for the 2 gift subs, or gifted memberships yesterday on the YouTube side. I don't know why they won't come through on the Deck Talk. It is driving me crazy. Anyway, let me cover this really quick. So, oh, there's so much stuff here. So, we were having an issue where it wasn't properly tensioning the we cut the belt yesterday that pulls the carriage back. Let me start there. It snapped. Well, I say we cut. I don't know what happened exactly. It's broken. It's done, deaded. There's not a lot more we can do. So there's a spring inside of a shaft, or inside the pulley, that tensions the belt, which they call a tape for some stupid reason, but they call it's the belt. It pulls the thing, and that's what makes the carriage, you know, move. And it's kind of important that we have that. But in trying to research what we can do, so previously the pulley was not pulling the tape, the belt, and it would kind of flop. So I'm wondering if maybe it got pinched or something a couple of times and then it just got chewed on until it broke. So I was trying to look into what we could do to alleviate that. And that brings us to this. This is the gearbox, okay? So this is where all of the magic of the entire machine happens, apparently. Particularly on likely my slightly revised model, I'm thinking. The pulley spring is assembled in the worm housing cover as compared to the former model where it was assembled in the clutch pulley. So I think it's here inside of this, inside of the worm gear thing. Why does that matter? Well, if we come down here, we can see this horrific diagram. Now, this is ridiculously difficult to parse, but hold on. You know what? It might be easier if I just like screenshot this and put it in GIMP to color some things. So let me just screenshot, dupe. Okay, export to GIMP. All right. So let's add a layer. Okay, square one. This is yoink the power roller. Shift B. I don't even see the button for it. There it is. Okay, this is the power roller. We're going to darken only and opacity like 50%. Okay, so that's the power roller, which brings us to this. So over here, it kind of extends into there, over here, way off into here, coming down into there, way over to here, kind of ends here a little bit, goes off into that, and then comes down here, goes into that, comes back in, swoop doop, right there is the gearbox. Now, here's the critical thing about this. The gearbox extends outside of the chassis. And I believe somewhere in this area here is where the spring is for the pulley. As I mentioned, the spring used to be inside the pulley. We can see inside the pulley, actually. There is no spring. I'll show you that in a moment. I found that out right before stream. That was why stream was 1 minute late. And then we got all this garbage on top of the thing. I'm going to go back to this, the service manual for this part. So if we go up here, so we have multiple adjuster arms that push the plate down onto the rubber hamburger patty that then sandwiches to form a clutch that stops the pulley from freewheeling and causes it to move with the power roller. So this is why I think the pulley has to be attached to, I don't know, that also makes it weird. I don't fully understand that. But then it moves with the power roller. It's connected to the drive shaft, and it does that by pressing the rubber disc onto the clutch here, all right? This is important because we're now screwed. One moment. Welcome back to this place of tears. I want arm cam. Okay. So here is stuff, all right? Just like we drew it up, okay? I'm gonna go get my flashlight here real quick because I want more direct lighting. So there's a keyway right here, first off, okay? So the belt, turns out the rivet actually has a nail head, stud, standoff, locking pin, however you want to think about it, permanently attached to it. So it goes into that and then you pull it tight and it stays in place, okay? You look inside of there, you see brightness because the light's too high. So that's a pitted shaft, and that's not a spring. So there's no visible spring inside of the pulley. I don't see anything spring-like. There's no nothing, all right? Now here's where we're screwed. What's going on with the color time of the main cam? What are you talking about? I don't know. So I bumped this in while working on this because, well, I mean, it's right there. It's not like it's easy to avoid. And what happened is it was like, okay, let's engage the clutch. It's very blue. I don't know. It's fine. Whatever. And I can't disengage the clutch now. I don't know what to do. So I can't see where these linkages go. I can't push on them. They're too tight. I can't pull on this and have it do anything. And it's engaging the clutch. There should be a gap here, but there isn't anymore. And without that clutch being loose, I can't move the pulley. It's all one piece. And I'm a little afraid that the belt is required to disengage the clutch, and I don't know what the mechanism's like. Time to disassemble. It is seeming to be coming closer and closer to that, which I really, really, really don't want to do. I forgot to do recording for like real camera stuff here, so let me just get a couple of shots really quick. That will engage until it's allowed to release once the carriage reaches the far end. You would think, but it hasn't released. Hold on, I'm just gonna redo this shot too. Boop, ain't nothing but spiders in there. No springs. So yeah, by the way, I'm moving the motor drive shaft to move this. So I think for the record, putting the grease on there did literally nothing, or the 3-in-1 oil. Try to run the carriage all the way left and see if there's a pawl. Here. I will power it, and then I will manually move the carriage left and right, and you'll see nothing changes, unfortunately. Because I did try this. So, power. It's still... I'm going to even move the margins all the way out. I swear that did move, though. It, oh my gosh. I did that before streaming. It didn't do anything. I'm gonna... gonna scream. Okay. Well. All right. Before I continue, so I don't have to hear about it. All right. Why can't I see the histogram and the color temperature at the same time? It feels like that would be kind of useful. All right, that's definitely better, right? I wonder what auto white balance does. Let's find out. Boop. Auto white balance is worse than my white balance. I just want to point that out. And now everything is horrible. I think that's at it set to 13. Let's try that. All right, enjoy. It's going to be so much fun to edit this footage now. All right. I think the return spring is on the outside. Doesn't look like a normal spring. So this is not the return spring. Nothing you can see here is a spring. Well, I mean, there's obviously a spring, star spring thing on there. I think it's cool. I like that, but it's also awful and I hate it. Anyway, so I can spin this now, and we can see it will eventually, after 3 million rotations, bottom out. This is when I accidentally bumped this. It takes forever. I just was doing auto balance so people wouldn't recommend it. Okay, there we go. Okay, so the manual recommends you get it to this point, and then I believe it says take it 5 turns out. So we have the notch that's supposed to retain this. That's not over there. So we got 1. Oh, wow. It's so jammed. I should be able... Yeah, so you see how it spins freely, but did you see how it like jammed up there for a second? That's the problem that we've got. Well, the clutch is the rubber plate. This should not spin. Obviously, it is spinning. It's meant to be engaged in there, but like, I don't want to try and move that thing. Oh my gosh. I'm just going to end up stabbing myself if I try to do that. Yeah, right? Like, look at how bad that is. We have to figure out how to fix that. But that's between the pulley and the shaft. I think that's the very next thing. Keep doing this until you die of old age. Oh my gosh. All right, well then in that case, we're gonna try one of the other things. All right, so entering shoelace. Yay, shoelace. Woo. Okay, so I'm gonna put the shoelace in the thing, and we're gonna pull on it as we do this. So here we go. Shoelace going in. Tightening the shoelace. Yay. The shoelace may be the new belt later. I don't know. I have several belt options. One of the options is not even close to a belt. Downside of shoelace. Wow, it's really thick. Gee, Polly, I really hope you are out of spring here in a moment. Hey, Polly, please. Okay, well, that's cool. You know, maybe it'd be smarter if I wind this backwards so I can just retension it. Maybe, wait, no, that, I should, okay, what I should do, I should put it on here, I should fully tension it, then put the thing in, then I can just pull on it to retension it, and then I gotta let go to untension it. I also need to not push on the clutch, because that makes it worse. Oh, you know what I should do also? I'm going to unplug the power cable so I'm not backfeeding electricity through the motor. Okay, so now I'm gonna do a full loop here. So it's gonna go that way. I want it to be this way. I'm gonna stuff the aglet in there. Who else only knows the word aglet from Terraria? Thank you, Terraria developers, for teaching us English. I'm gonna cram it in there a little bit. Okay. I'll wrap this around once. Can I loosen the clutch off? I don't know. It looks so horrible. Come on. I know you can't see anything. It makes you feel any better. I can't see anything either. Okay, there we go. So now in theory I can apply attention to that and I can let it go. Take up all at once. Aha, and then it's brilliant. Okay, then we just do this until the end of time. Oh gosh, it already went awry. Back in action. Okay, I already see a problem with this. I'm going to get something to put between the case here and this so it doesn't wear all of the paint off. Here, just go ahead and take up some of this. Learned it from one of those book of weird word type books where everywhere in the 80s. Now we know how the old drawband broke. Yeah, from being too tight. Okay, this does actually feel like it's getting better. Okay, my lens is dirty and it's making it look like a Star Trek TOS scene where Captain Kirk's looking at the next alien babe and the shiny parts of the bag look like they got the Vaseline lens smeared on them. Okay. Never learned aglet, but I know eaglet from Final Fantasy. Okay. This is the last stream. You had audio in the background. Hiss? Yeah, it's probably the air conditioning. You hear it right now, right? I'm going to be quiet for a second. I'm not going to move. So you hear that. The air conditioning is currently running. When it stops, I'll be quiet again and then tell me if it's just as bad. Because if it's the air conditioning, tough. I ain't turning the air conditioning off. Actually, this is kind of working. Can't hear it over your own AC. This feels pretty good now, actually. Ooh. Some interesting sounds. Okay, I want it to fully load this time. So that's all the way, no more tension, or small amount of tension, and it's jamming on there. Okay, it just shut off, so I'm going to be quiet again. On the VU meter, that looks to be about 40% as much background noise. So I'm going to guess it's not as bad now that the AC is off. And there's nothing I can do about the AC. Oh, I let go. But the aglet saved us. Thank you, aglet. Makes your AC is even cycling as warm as it is. They are designed for this. They're not. They can't just stop. All you hear is your own AC. Okay, I think we may have cycled this enough times. Although, I can cycle it and drink coffee at the same time, so maybe I want to do a little more. I think I could pull this farther up and it would make my life less of a pain in the butt. But then it doesn't retain as well. Ah, gosh, I wasn't paying attention. Then things went bad. That. I mean, it's all fine. Don't worry. No looking. No, I think it's stuck there for a second. I like this nerdy version of a workout. The best part of it being a workout is there's like 3 ounces of pressure that's on there. There's more air resistance from me moving my arm around. Thought it was only 90 years old. It is 90 years old, but when do you think they bought the grease? Also, it's probably actually 80 years old, because it's looking like it's from 1946. Thought the clutch was stuck in, so it turned out turning it on and then shifting the carriage one side or another fixed that. Gotta start somewhere with the workout. I think the starting somewhere it was when I first picked it up. Hold on, I just thought of the best cold open for this video ever. One moment. Man, no matter how many times I pull the ripcord, it never fires up. You can't see enough of my hand. It didn't work. Hold on. Can you edit motorcycle start sounds onto it? Sorry, best I can do is putt-putt. You know, I don't think I need to say the line again. Just. And then I'll just cut to the A-roll. There we go. You got gas in the tank. We topped it off yesterday. Oh, man, there's so many things I forgot to do this morning. My morning had an unexpected thing happen, and I had zero time to prep for anything. I was going to grab a pipe cleaner. I was going to stop by Walmart, get some fishing line that was made this century. Okay, I think that clutch is as free as it's ever going to get. Until I do that, then it's very not free.
JEFFERSONTWILIGHT 9C5SICHER 100. There's your problem. Ain't got no gas in it. End of line.
Jefferson Twilight, thank you for the 100 bits. We're on foot on the side pole straight up. All right, I'm going to take this off. We'll see what we can do. Modern fishing line isn't as good as the old stuff. Yeah, but, you know, well, you'll see. Anyway. There we go. Well, now, I might as well. Oh, no. The one time I didn't want the clutch to go. Yeah. There we are. All right, so now we just do, does it have to be powered, or am I just an idiot? It does have to be powered. Okay. By the way, I've never looked at how much power this thing uses. Let's find out. Okay. 80 watts. Oh, well, now it's not going to release, just to spite me. Hold on. Maybe if I cycle that. Oh, no, there we go. Okay. I'm going to tighten it up, and then I'm going to let it freewheel, and I want to see what happens. Maybe I'm going to let it tighten up. Hello, spring? We'll have unhooked the spring, turn it backwards a bit. This thing is a cacophony of failures. Whoa. There's still a little bit of force on there, but I'm sure it's fine. Okay, now I think we have spring. Nope, no spring. Oh, I got an idea. Okay, now let's see if we have a spring. I'm starting to think that this thing doesn't like me. Do a gentle 2 forward, 1 tight back motion. The hook on the end of the spring needs to slot inside. All right, well, I'll just keep massaging it until something happens. I know, right? It all went to pot when the belt broke. Watch, jamming the aglet in there mess something up. And now it'll never work again. Actually, that wouldn't make sense because it was working fine beforehand. Trying to listen for it too. It's everyone's favorite thing. Spinny stuff and long hair. Safe cracking techniques. Stupid gearbox is so complicated. Maybe it has something to do with that? Now I'm wondering if maybe the problem could have been that the spring dislodged. Yeah, I desperately do not want to take the gearbox apart. Like, so badly, I don't want to go anywhere near that. Has a hammer been applied yet? It's 90 years old. No, we're not using a hammer. Man. Hammer will bounce. No, this is... Okay, maybe it would bounce. We just had it. I'm gonna kajigger a few things. See what we get. Is it broken yet? We might finally have had something actually break. I mean, it's hard to tell, but maybe. I wouldn't say very. I mean, sure, yeah, the belt snapped and the pulley spring seems to have checked out, but I wouldn't say very. Yeah, I was able to drip some oil down into some ducts back there, and that helped a lot. I would say the bearings are still not super happy about life, but they're not that bad. That was exciting. Oh, it doesn't have to be powered either. It's killing me that that's still not working well. Why is that not moving? Wait a minute. Let's look at whatever's going on up here. So this piece gets hit or pushed by that. That goes down to indicate something to the machine. So the clutch is not engaged currently. If I turn it on, press enter, clutch is currently engaged? Yes, clutch is engaged. That disengaged the clutch. Okay. So now we know one thing up here. Now, what does that do? Why does that go up and down? Why does it look like it would be designed to let something bypass it? Just push tab clear for those pegs? Yeah, I know. We just push tab clear and then blah, 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 push it all out of the way. I love how tab works on these things. I don't like how tab smashes into this with a force of 1,000 pounds, but that's a different problem. Yeah, these are margins. That's tab. I'm curious if possibly that is supposed to like re-engage the spring. So that disengages the clutch. The spring, the power roller should pull the carriage back. And then I think that should re-engage the spring, right? To put tension on it? Does that seem like a fair read? Small lever hits his keyboard inhibit. Oh, that makes sense too. Still no spring. Oh my gosh. It can't have just died.
MR Pool Shot subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 4 months. And said that I'm cleared to work on Typewriter now. End of line.
Mr. Poolshot, thank you for the tier 1 sub. And for 4 months there, I appreciate that. Huh. Trying to feel on the power roller when this might click or something. I am feeling absolutely nothing though. In Silent Searchlight, no, I do not have a new belt. We have new redneck solutions, though. Man. Why is this not moving over? So that should do that, and then come back.
46 months, currently on a 46-month streak, and says, fool, you blew it. You totally screwed yourself. Nobody enters my home and leaves in one piece. End of line.
Battle Knave, thank you for the tier 1 sub there, and for 40, six, maybe, no, that's 48, 30, 32, 40, 46, 46 months, thank you. This guy here, what's the problem? It's not broken.
Linus subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 35 months. End of line.
Duster saying thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 35 months. That was a lot easier. The short version is the belt that pulls the carriage snapped at the end of yesterday's stream, and now there should be a spring here, and now it's not doing it. I don't know. It should be springy, but now it's not. That happened like 5 minutes ago, it feels like, although it's 51 minutes into the stream, so it's probably half an hour ago, and I've just been sobbing internally since. Why?
Laura Coon says CHEER 100 the short version. It's all chat's fault. End of line.
So the spring is most likely in this part of the gearbox. As you can see, it goes basically right up against that. If I pull on this, it interfaces with the power roller shaft, because the clutch of this rubber disc here, I believe, is hard attached to the drive shaft. So when that turns, it turns the rest of it. But this spins freely elsewise, and there should be a spring that engages with the shaft inside of this, I think. I know you don't want to, you might as well crack it open. Yeah, I don't think you understand. We have to remove all of the linkages on the outside in order to do that. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. Don't even fully understand how that piece works. Cutaway diagram. It's page. If you look in TT Live channel, the manual is there. It's on PDF page number 108, if you just want the actual source. If you need the image because you can't view a PDF right now, I can screenshot it and paste it in there. Got it? Okay. That'll give you the full source of everything I'm looking at. It might be possible if I take off these two bolts and this bolt, which is connected to a nut back here, I might be able to swing this away, and then I can undo this, and there's another one down here. Then I have to remove the power roller, But we're still not out of the woods, because even if there are no other fasteners on it, the next thing we have to contend with is the coupling hose, which I'm really not keen on trying to bend those cotter pins. They've been like that for 80 years. I'm not bending those, so that's going to give us minimal access to it. Because I'm not going to move it out of the way. I'm not going to bend it too much. I'll explore just those 3 bolts. That's it. Liquids only, but is that for this version? Because they talk about 2 different versions, and it seems like most of the service manual talks about the earlier version. This one is slightly different. Hold on. I am like super not screwing around here. I'm going to mark the bolts. Well, the rubber hose won't crumble to dust, or it would have crumbled to dust already, because it's effectively the drive shaft for the entire machine. Okay, in case they're different lengths or something stupid. Make a carbon fiber one for it. All right, it's time for everyone's favorite screw organizer. Not something I thought I would need for this project. Oh God, what's happening? Oh, okay. So there's a, oh, it's, oh gosh. Okay, I think that's intuitive enough. Wow, lubricating that was completely worthless. It's just a flat disc. Okay, that is all one part. Okay, the clutch disc does remove. And is keyed. Wow. That's, huh. All right. Hey, you remember that part with it being keyed? Wasn't that fun? Wow, I loved how it was keyed. Wait, does that actually pull out? Oh my gosh, this is the most complicated thing of all time. Are you kidding me? Ugh. Well, good news, I see the spring. There it is, one springy spring. Okay, but why do thing? I'm gonna try and get this the rest of the way out of here. That, I think, is a full clear. Okay. So, All right, so we've, wow, that's a lot. All right. There's the clip. So I think it might just be too loose. I think the spring is supposed to detach and recouple. Yeah, that makes sense. So the grease in there is gluing all of the springs back together. So it's not stretching in enough to mate with the shaft. I'm sorry. All that came out. Yeah. Anyway, we're gonna put some isopropanol on there, and that will get everything unstuck. You know, I really thought, wow, actually, this is kind of interesting. I really thought this typewriter was either going to be, it's never going to work again, or it's going to be really easy to use, to get going. I didn't know it would be right smack dab in the middle, horrendous nightmare. Going to be working on it for 12 years. Is this just goo? Just... that shouldn't be in there, I suspect. Wow, man, geez, just... oh, boy, okay. Now, let's see if we get this magic moment where breaking this up causes it to just, like, pop loose. No. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the world's greatest tool. It is the Pokerator. The crowd goes wild. Pokerator. Where's the Pokerator Prime, actually? Hold on. I think Pokerator Prime is on a mission, so we're going to use... oh, there it is. Okay. So I'm going to chase this here to unstick and unwind this. Okay, I might want to put a little bit of tension in the center. This is Son of Pokerator, you are right. It's not Pokerator seeing... wow! Look at how much it wants to stick to the outside. Jeez. Although that seems pretty free. I had to narrowly avoid disaster there. Hold on. It's almost like it really doesn't want to draw stuff in from the outside. You're not working on a PS2 or Amiga. Those are always prime things to be thinking. Okay, I think that's the whole thing. Okay, I'm going to add another soak here. I need to get this out of my fingers. Ow! I'm going to release that slowly. I'm going to release it with a thing over it. Safety glasses? It wasn't safety glasses. It was sharp metal. It put a line. It didn't break through the skin, but it was letting me know I could if I wanted to. Okay, I'm gonna try and put the thing back on there and see if I can get it to catch. Yes. That feels a lot stronger than before. Safest way to do this is have someone else do it. Yeah, see, you're all perfectly safe. I kind of like this mechanism. Okay, I think that made a big difference. It's far more eager to draw stuff in now. Take flat blade, cloth over the end, run it around the spring. Need to pick up as much of that old grease as I can. You want me to try and run a paper towel through this? Because I can tell you, I'm not going to be able to get a paper towel to fully chase. I wish I could. It ain't going to happen. There's too much going on. It's too tight. If I could get this to wind slightly in and be retained, I might be able to, but since I can't do that, or can I? What if we do something clever? Well, that was almost a good idea. Because now I get... Well, I guess I could... I might be able to make this work. I'm less concerned about the inner part. Let's just not worry about that for the moment. I'm actually going to switch to Spudger. The whole length of the spring needs to be able to slide against itself as it's wound and unwound. Yes! Yeah, that makes sense. Oh my gosh. It is just tearing this up. This is working out way better than I thought it would. I don't know that I'm going to be able to get it to go all the way in. It really doesn't seem eager to try and pull more in. I could try, but I don't think I will be able to. Yeah, I'm afraid of it popping out. End up popping the whole spring out if you force it too much. Yeah. Handkerchief and cloth. Superb for this. All right. It's doing a lot better. Oh, you know what? Let's clean. Wow. Yeah, I think that will be the play here. I want to chase a little bit more. Wow, that made such a huge difference. I want to put a little bit more ISO in here. and then cycle it with this while it's wet. Because you can see here, oh, what has happened there? That's actually a different interesting thing. So there is an additional floater, like grommet bearing washer thing down in there that this can get stuck on. So that's something to be aware of. So I want to use this to break up the outer ones as well. Let the oil seep, or the alcohol seep down in. Ah! A good sign when it just shoots it out. Yeah, see, I don't like what that's doing there now. Why are you popping up? Hopefully that wasn't like glued in and then putting the alcohol in there loosened it. It is actually poking up now. That's a problem. So the spring can catch on that and then it doesn't engage. It was glued in with grease. Yeah. Okay, fair. There's a more direct angle. There we go. So you can see it catching there. That could be a problem. A gentle twist at the end of the quarter spring. See where they did? Oh, so that it pulls in a little tighter. Well, it comes unhooked every time it freewheels. So it's unhooked there, and then it is rehooking. Yeah, it wasn't... So... that sound, I could not hear that before. It was not rubbing against it. Okay, I want to do one more full untension with alcohol and wind this. Okay. Now for my secret weapon. Okay. One drop here, one drop here. Okay, I didn't really... there. Okay, I'm going to cycle this a couple of times to get the oil to spread while it's working. Will it fully unwind with the belt attached? Yeah, I think it's No, it shouldn't it do that though? Because once the power roller drives it, that sounded very different. I hear it shuffling around a lot more. And that is kind of cool to control the Switch 2 with a PC over the Pi. That used to be the cool way to do that was with a Teensy. One trick with, I can't remember if it was PlayStation or Xbox, but one of the two. You could get the other console's driving wheel and then use a Teensy to convert the inputs for the other to make it work, because one is direct X, or no, X input, the other is direct input. And then Microsoft also is stupid and has the whole security thing. So trying to convert it to a pullback typewriter? No, we're just trying to make it, you know, work. Okay. All right, I think that'll work. My gosh. What is the... That looks okay. Okay, and then that got pulled up again. You know... Let me just clean this. Maybe that'll help. Who knows? Drawing things in the Tamagotchi game. That I could... Doesn't support mouse mode? Oh, and have it draw the image in-game. Oh, you're cheating. I like it. If you have any, apply a little grease to that washer. I think that's a good point. I have silicone grease. What I will do is, instead of applying the grease to the washer, I'll apply it to the front of the spool, the pulley. If I can find the grease. Where are you hiding grease? Other than Europe. But that's a different kind. Oh, don't tell me it fell behind. I don't want it if it fell behind. Silicone grease is a bit gritty? I don't know. Not silicone grease. I will turn to cheese with the mineral. All right, then I don't have any. We'll just ignore it. I'll put a tiny drop of 3-in-1 on there. There. Wait, you have just a controller and a touchscreen? You got a Switch 2 without Joy-Cons? Is that what you're saying? I hope you got it for a deal. That's where I keep things dropped behind the bench. Yeah, the problem with drop behind the bench for me, though, is that someone went and got a very heavy file cabinet and put that under the bench, so I can't get to behind the bench when stuff falls there now. The control scheme-wise only supports controller inputs. Oh, that's so weird. I can't believe it doesn't support mouse mode for drawing, because doesn't it support it for other stuff? Like placing furniture, or am I just thinking Animal Crossing? I've never played either, so I don't have any first-hand experience. All right. Oh, nice to get that fixed. All right, let's reverse the process. Let's reassemble this. So, job 1, weird peg. Then, friction clutch plate. Well, I didn't know it was also on the Switch 1. Stupid Switch 1. Ruining games. Alright. Then, clutch thing, which has to interface with these slots, the holes, which are weirdly keyed to a specific spot. Why? Huh. Okay. Then we have something that I haven't actually messed with. So this is a threaded cap. I think mine's hosed. Yeah, it's not even close to threaded. You're supposed to be able to set the clutch depth, the force with that, but not anymore. And then we have, is that brass? Brass or bronze, something or another. Goes here or here, probably there. And then this clamps or holds that in place. And then that's the interface for that. And then we put the bolts in and hope everything goes hunky-dory. Nope, don't slide off. I don't want to lose anything. That sounds like a bad time. All right. Square peg going into a round hole. So in fairness, the square peg has a round peg on the end of the square peg. Okay, that one threaded. This one makes it seem like it probably needs to go over a little more. There we go. Why is this like way off center now? Was it like that before? I don't think it was. Well, hopefully it fixes itself as I tighten it. I know it should sit in the dimples, but, like, how? Because it's applying friction over the whole thing, and I can't get it to move. I might be able to lift one, but that's still going to apply pressure. And that, I don't think I can remove to loosen it. Did that actually just move, or did it just bend that one? Yeah, I don't think I can move this. All right, yeah, the main concern I've got is this not being here anymore. But let's just hope that with a couple of actuations and tightening this that it all falls into place. Okay, there we go. That's looking better. Whew. So the linkages must be really jamming up against each other in an awkward way then. Oh my gosh, now that was some real service. Jeez. I did not think I would be having to do that. Okay, I'm going to push this in, which did not release it. Okay, well, we'll power it and move it and hope for the best. Okay. Here we go. Don't blow up. I love how I had that on the whole time. Oh well. You know what would help? Putting the brains back in. Okay, I think it just released. No. Well, I don't like that. That ain't right. Next problem. Okay, so something is keeping the carriage from moving correctly. Yeah, the power carriage is trunky. This is jammed. Was that it? No, there's still something. Oh my gosh. It's a paper bale. Ah. Okay. Clutch. Loose. Springy. Everything seems right in the world. Okay. Institutional races. Yeah, we're not recorded. Yeah, exactly. I'm not trying to slam it on the table. It's just really heavy and awkward and like, yeah. Okay. Now. This is still not, actually. What on earth? Something is wonky with the carriage return linkage now. I might be able to operate it in this orientation. So it fails to roll. And then sticks in the outer position? Why is it sticking way out there? It's miles away from the power roller. I'm wondering if it's those stupid little tabs that keep getting stuck on each other, causing it to not go back down. Or that engages the pulley stock. It might be that too. It's probably more likely that, but this I want to check. Yeah, it's something. Dude, I swear it's never done that before. Is it supposed to do that? It's some kind of lever thing happening here. I don't remember that ever happening before. It's clearly intended to do it, but like, what? It's like it has to push too far out to engage it. I didn't touch this though. I can't adjust it. So this cap here is supposed to be how you adjust the depth, I believe, but mine is like splayed and it doesn't work. I mean, you could push out, but that would only make it tighter, which I don't think is what I want. I mean, that's already fully engaged. Yeah, I will be very, very sad if something in the center came loose. So that very firmly engages it. That doesn't. But what's the disengage? The eccentric screw at the top of the arm? What? Yeah, disengage is right there, but when it engages, it's having to push the roller on the cam up too far. And then but then it doesn't disengage. The top nut on that, I didn't touch that. Let me recharacterize the cam and what it's doing. Okay. So that is the full start position. There is the potential of me loosening the 2 screws on that holding plate, yes. I don't want to do that quite yet. Okay. This gets difficult because I can't see anything when it's flat, but it doesn't work when it's not flat. Oh, well, that's not right. So this is never popping back up. Sorry, you couldn't see. There's a billion things I gotta be switching between all the time. Hold on, let me just try this. Okay, let me go through and describe everything that's happening here so you can understand. Well, first it's kind of in a bad position. So, carriage return does nothing. It releases the gear, which is too far out. I can type. It's not even releasing the carriage, though. Like, normally the carriage flies back. So something happened where it's not actuating that. Maybe I just need to push that over. No, something's super wonky. It's not releasing the carriage, I think. Or maybe a 2-pivot linkage inside that's gone over center. How about the missing belt? The belt isn't required for what we're currently trying to diagnose. So the cam connects to this, pops that up. I did not loosen this. That's not to say I couldn't have somehow been loose. I'm just going to get a feel for how loose or not loose it is. It doesn't feel very loose to me. Okay. I want to look at something. Okay, so that plate. Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure that there were supposed to be 2 plates here visible. I mean, there's a lot of things it could be. I can't see anything, so it's not possible for me to say, yes, that is going to be it, or let me check. Because once it goes inside the machine, it's a black box. I cannot see a single thing. Matter of fact, it gets even worse. This piece that comes out is just on a pivot, so I can't even see the other end of it. Okay, actually, I think I can. My gosh, this is awful. So there's a pivot point here in the middle. There is nothing inside that could be readjusted to make this more correct, other than the twisty cam thing. So it must be something external. But what is wrong? What would I need to do to make it so this engaging does not require so much movement? So this is the problem. This has to go up a lot to engage. Sure the belts you removed are properly seated per the manual. That's correct. That much movement? Okay. Next question. Got more lash than before. Okay. What does the manual say about this? Because I'm not seeing that move. And I think it should. Yeah. So that is, yeah. Watch, there's just more stuck, gooey grease. This margin release should only hit when you... Isn't that... Hold on. No. That's the ratchet that makes it free. So I think that should go up when it hits the end here, maybe? And then it would be pulled, and then I can type again. Okay, dual purpose. Okay, so it goes up. Oh, okay. Watch, I just needed to push that. Okay, so that's why that can go over that. Okay. What releases this once it's locked? That's the thing that's not working. Whatever releases that. So it's not this. It's not that. Nothing to do with margin release. It's not that. It's not that. Because this is our problem. So it should, when this is engaged, the power roller should pull this until it hits that. And I don't think is it tension from this that would do it? That pull at the end of the travel. That does it. So you're saying putting this in here might do it. Let's test that. Putting in the roller sucks, in case I haven't said it enough times yet. It's truly terrible, and I hate it, and it's the worst part of this whole machine. And I just jammed my finger. Ugh. Is it this? So I understand it's, what it actually is the hook down here, I assume. It shouldn't need the platen work. Carriage return, press in, hold on, carriage return, press in, slam it over, push this down, stab thumb. That's not doing it. Okay, so I assume what you're saying. Let me take a step back here. It should be this thing here that gets pulled by the ribbon. This is what should do it. So pushing this all the way in. Okay. Press it, it doesn't bite. It's stuck. Slap it over. Press this in. Not releasing clutch. Okay. This was before. I thought this was just for the advance, for the line advance. Because I'm not exactly sure how this linkage could attach to anything. I'm pretty sure that's only for line advance on the Platin. I don't think this moves anything inside the machine. So this is what the other end of the belt attaches to. This gets pulled, and then it pulls down this lever up there to activate the line advance. But there is no other linkage to this than the line advance. It does not escape the carriage in any way. Section 11, start at page 4, describes this. Okay, I will go look, because I am not seeing how. I wish I had mechanics keyboard covers, because my fingers are black right now. And I'm about to go wreck an MX 518. Okay, so we have the pulley. Pulley goes to this. All right, so there's that. Carriage return. Chief reasons for adjusting carriage return. Carriage return fails to return or line space. Clutch locks machine. That's where we're at. Check plate for wear. The end plate shows wear. Replace it. The clutch locked up. Run the carriage slowly to the right by hand till margin stop engages the toggle knockout lever. A toggle knockout lever should be released when engaging the margin stop. It is 1/8 inch from the top of the incline of the knockout lever. Toggle knockout lever. What is a toggle knockout lever? Hold on. See figure 1. $739 to the knockout lever. The heck is that? Side knockout lever. Okay, so that's the pivot point, which I believe is firmly attached to the plate here. So the way this works, the key goes to the cam. It releases the cam. The cam pushes up on this, which then... No, the cam pulls down on this, which pushes that up, I think. And then this locks into position. Toggle knockout lever. Okay. Clutch toggle locked up. The carriage turns slowly to the right by hand until the margin stop engages the toggle knockout lever. Toggle knockout lever should be released when engaging. Okay, that's what's happening. So that I think should release the clutch, right? Which I think it was doing before. The clutch locked up. Run the carriage slowly to the right by hand until the margin stop engages the toggle knockout lever. Knockout lever should be released when engaging the margin stop 1/8 of an inch from the top of the incline. So not the belt part. That is line advance only, I believe. So somehow, is it this? Whatever that is? Side knockout lever. So that's on the back, I think. Okay. Oh, I hate this. Linkage that pushes the escapement pawl out of the rack should be adjusted so the pawls will be as close to the rack as possible. Oh my gosh, how is everything so out of whack? Adjust link 739 until the knockout lever 739. Okay, let's go try and ID that, because I think I know where that is. Ah, gosh, I do see it. Ugh. All right. So I believe this should be able to disengage this, but it's not. There's a link here that this connects to. Wait a minute. So it's one of those things that I got no idea if I'm even going to make this. This is even going to be visible on camera. So that's exactly behind everything. Okay, that angle might work. Okay. So pressing down on the knockout lever moves this linkage, okay? So this has another one of those twisty tensioner doodad things. But you can also see over here, it moves another thing there, and over here, more importantly, it's moving a linkage that's going to the front. I'm wondering if possibly this linkage goes to something, I mean, it must go to something that attaches to the toggle for the clutch, and I'm guessing it disengaged while I had it loose. So we need to figure out that. So I can see something more underneath of the take-up spool. Matter of fact, can I just get the spool out of here? So there's a lever right there. Yes. We are on to something. Okay. So that. Okay. Yes. There we go. All right. So this is somehow very, very wrong, and I need to adjust that, or this is very wrong, but I don't think I can adjust the position of that. But how on earth is that so far off? It's like, that's full travel. It's like a half an inch away. There we go. That's a much better angle. So here I am. This is fully cycling the lever over there. It isn't anywhere near close to what this needs. And if I get under and use the cam, it's the same. Fall out of the arm when you removed it from the case. So it's still like attached. I can't pull on it anymore. And based on the wear marks, it's either just started rubbing there or it's been rubbing there for a while. Because it's still in the hook. What? That's why the cam is so far away from the roller? I think so. I think the cam is popping farther out than it should be because of this, but it was working yesterday. I think it was. Maybe the cam is fine popping that far out. Yeah, I don't know if maybe we just... How does this get adjusted? Let's go look back at the manual. We're on the right track. Okay. So... bell crank. Oh yeah, we've never heard the bell once. I wonder if that could be related. I wonder if maybe at some point someone defeated the bell. And that we're maybe encountering related issues? So this goes to the toggle arm, this thing. That's all operating. And then we have 2 additional linkages. And then the pulley, that's unrelated though. So side knockout lever. I'm not as sure about this. I want to look at the bell a little more. I'm just going to take the ribbon off. I think I have enough footage of how it goes back in if I run into trouble. Wow, okay, this is super weird. I need to film this part. Oh, and by the way, there are people actually selling new spools for this on eBay. Okay, I'm gonna put this fully back together. Okay. So, for future Shelby reference, here is how the belt ribbon is threaded. So we got these doodads here. That one isn't pulling because that's the take-up side right now. It's ratcheting as it goes along. This is the feed side. So the real kicker is up here. On one side, it goes between this peg, or the front and the back. I think this was installed wrong. I think that's the correct way, and it's put in backwards over here, or something along those lines. Maybe, I don't know. I think the manual shows how to do it, but something along the lines of like that and like that. I think that makes more sense, so it lifts away. But yeah, that's the main critical one.
Rich Miles subscribed at tier 1.
There we go.
They subscribed for 18 months currently on a 60-MONTH3. And said this makes me both want to and fear restoring my pair of Brighton STW-10S Kakuha. End of line.
Why? This has been going so well. And Rich Miles, thank you for the tier 1 sub for 18 months there. I appreciate that. Universal ribbon. It's not universal ribbon, but that's what I'm going to do. So I'm just going to replace the ribbon that's on the spools with a generic one. Is that a goober on the lens or a... Oh. There's a mixture of oil and grease on the lens. I wonder how that got there. Turns out the safety glasses were needed for the camera the whole time. All right, let's look at the bell. Spinning Rain's lens covers, just pretend this is NASCAR. NASCAR, I thought you were classier. Sorry, NHRA doesn't put cameras on the cars.
Lomo says CHEER 100 dot. Thank you for cleaning my screen dot. End of line.
Lomo, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay, so there is one bell. It goes ding in theory, but in practice it don't do a whole lot. Ooh, that's actually a really good view of that linkage. So I think this is the one here that goes to that toggle thing. I'm going to press that. I'm going to attempt to press it blindly. I can't imagine anything going wrong here. Yeah, so that's it. I got it to wiggle a little bit. Yeah, that's definitely it. Okay. Why does it just rub on the bell? That's weird. That doesn't seem right. Man, there's so many things in here. Jeez. So I can see
101 bell 30 minutes past the hour. You're running fast. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for 100 bits. So there's this thing here. Not 100% sure what that is. Does not appear to be related to that. Really don't like how the bell part rubs on that. I feel like almost it was installed incorrectly. Because that's the, I don't remember the term, clacker for the bell. And it's like it's caught on there. I almost wonder if that's supposed to be underneath. And then it's supposed to hit on the inside. Oh, anyway. Okay, can't see anything for the clutch at all from the bottom. So looking into any of these holes ain't jack visible. Let me try and remove power roller. And I can see what that attaches to. I see it bouncing the linkage, so that is not quite visible to the camera. There it is. So there's the linkage bouncing. Okay, so, gosh. Way deep in there. That pivot is what the linkage goes to. So we can see the rear arm here. That's what goes up to the carriage return clutch lock. And then there's this third arm that I have no idea what goes to. And I'm wondering if that should somehow go to the bell. don't see a hole in it, though. Should it press on something? I think the bell clapper is in the wrong spot. I have no idea how this happened. It can't possibly have been me. Okay, I want you to look at this. So if I move the bell to the left, the clapper, it's rubbing on this. If I move it to the right, it rubs on the other one back there. I think this is supposed to be down inside of here, underneath of this, and that it's been in the wrong spot forever. So I think this linkage was removed at some point, or this was removed and reinstalled incorrectly. So I think somehow we need to fix that. Should be on the other side of this lever? Yeah. I want to find in the service manual where that may or may not be shown. I don't know if it will be shown, but I want to see that. Because that is why it's taking such a ridiculous amount of force to press on the toggle lever. Because that's binding it. I don't think that's the whole problem, but it's sure as heck not helping. Might be able to finagle it over the rod? Yeah, I'm not sure. So I do know up towards the start, I think, there were some explodey views. Hold on, let's try this. That was what I thought. Sit on the inside lip of the bell. Yeah. Okay, so I'm looking for anything that's going to show me how the bell linkages work relative to the other ones. There are some pretty comprehensive exploded view diagrams in here. I don't know if there are any that will cover that. By the way, get ready to see this in whatever video I make about this thing, the theory of operation, how the cam rollers work. I'm thinking I might actually break this image up and animate it. Like start out by flipping through the manual and then have like custom recreations of this where I can then have this spin and that flip out and all that stuff to show it in action. I think it would be super cool to use the graphics from the service manual for the animation. But we'll see. On the other hand, I might get really lazy and just go, yep, here's a JPEG. So we'll see. Because it sounds like a lot of work, too. Okay, this is all a giant nightmare. I love that I've been working on this thing for like 12 hours now, and I cannot recognize this. I've been to the clapper arm specifically there to avoid the rod. The bell linkage will absolutely not work if it has that much drag on it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So I was trying to see what that bell linkage goes to, but it also is part of the rest of everything else, because I think my guess is that when the clutch is unlocked, or when it locks, it whacks. And then when it unlocks, it moves away. That it uses that abrupt movement for that. Bell linkage will go to the right-hand margin stop. We'll look at that. Yeah, it should hit. Yeah, you're right. No, it shouldn't be when you hit the carriage return. It should be when it stops motion. Okay, yeah, we'll look at that. Although, yeah, no, wait. Right-hand margin stop is the same mechanism. It's the toggle lever. So it'd be the same thing. And that's why they say it should stop like an 1/8 inch before, because you should be able to type like 1 or 2 more characters. Or at least a hyphen. Okay. So these are the views that I was thinking. I was hoping one of these may show how that linkage goes. So this is how the cam stuff works. This is honestly a phenomenal image. I really appreciate this. This is extremely enlightening in how the whole thing works. Yeah, it looks like the toggle lock has a ramp and then a flat section, so you have a little bit of time before it just stops. But it doesn't work. I think we're on a path to make it work. I got no idea about this, by the way. I think I have whatever this is. Type bars for elliptical segment. New style type bars are for use with the new segment guide, but also can be used with old segment guide. However, the old style bars cannot be used with the new segment guide. New bars are distinguished by a deeper cut. So I don't think mine have the deep cut. I think mine are the shallow cut. It's really hard to tell, but I think they're the shallow cut. Yeah, I wouldn't describe it as a V, I would describe it as a U. This looks more like a V. So I have old style, those things. We've got messed up bell that was definitely that way from when I got it. We've got the new style gearbox. We've got the old style hammers. And it says both IBM and Electromatic on it. While also, I'm pretty sure still not being proportional type spacing. We haven't actually tried to measure that, but I'm pretty sure. I wonder if mine is, I wonder if mine is like a Johnny Cash one piece at a time kind of thing. Maybe it was in service for 1,000,000 years and they just replaced parts one at a time. It's definitely an interim machine. The serial number is the most confusing part. The serial number almost seems later in some of the parts on there. Yeah, Franken machine, yeah. I don't know if they would replace the case. I don't think there'd be a reason to do that unless they just destroyed it. But oh my gosh, I almost feel like it'd be better to just buy a new one. Everything is so integral to the case. Still looking for a bell assembly photo. I gotta remind myself of that. Want to see. One piece of tape cost me time, so old one's got it.
FROSTYWOLF ABS.subscribe with Prime.Dave subscribe for 6 months. End of line.
So it wants it as close to the paper as possible, not as far away from the paper as possible. And Frosty Wolf, thank you for the Prime sub there and for 6 months. I appreciate that. I've just never seen Young Frankenstein. I have no objection to seeing it. I know it is a Mel Brooks movie. I know I would probably enjoy it. I just haven't gotten around to it. Holy moly. I don't know what's going on with this. I don't like it. That's so many moving parts. Yeah, if you do that, I'm nickel plating character position pointers. Some guy worked for Cadillac, built a car one piece at a time for parts he stole. I don't know if you're being serious about it having actually happened. I don't know. Another good Gene Wilder movie. I don't know. At some point, I will see it. At some point. Another good view of the cam gearing. What is this one specifically? Spacebar mechanism. That's, okay. I would like to know more about this in particular. There's so many of those threaded rod linkages. Oh my gosh. Why? There's one here, one there, one there, one there. At standard type bar linkages, if you get a 1/4 inch motion, making the hammer move 6 inches. I know, but it's so many. A new quiet spacebar has been installed. What? How was it noisy before? Mechanism now succeeds in eliminating most of the noise caused by the former spacebar. Escapement key lever has been altered, which is notched so that it does not contact the front guide comb. Oh my gosh. This sounds like someone in the field was like, I know how to fix this, and they just filed it down, and then management saw that and said, I'm going to steal that idea. Oh wait, this is back when workers had rights, so he might have actually got a bonus. I think that's all they did, is they just filed a piece out there. I swear that's what that is. That's hilarious. I kind of wonder if mine has that. It probably does, because this doesn't seem very loud. Okay, what all we got here? This one's crazy. This is tabs. The tabs work. I don't want to actually, I don't know if it actually stops when it hits the tabs bell. But that's not... I don't want to know about the tabs. Honestly, if we get through all this and the tabs don't work, I don't care. Just send it to the crusher. Why, to break the crusher? Okay, what the heck is this thing? Tab, lever, spring plate? What? Tabular lever bracket from loosening. Oh my gosh, this is the spring for what the button pushes against? That's crazy. IBM, what are you guys thinking? Tabular friction governor? That whole spool is just for tabs? Wow. Don't need tabs, not writing Python on it? And whether it's at the wrist, dump my freed mechanism 30. Then just put mineral oil bath, see if that'll do her. I don't know. The PS2 is more fun. I disagree. I'm actually having way more fun, even with the problems on this, than I ever had with the PS2. I am sorry, but no, the PS2 is just pure misery. This has the exact opposite problem of the PS2. It comes with everything it possibly needs all in one go. There's nothing that I'm missing. Yeah, the belt broke. I now have to come up with something for that, but it came with the belt. I'm less concerned about the belt now than I was yesterday. I think it won't be a huge problem. Man, were tabs like a big fancy feature? Actually, I think they were. Because they're spending a lot of time on the tabs. Just doesn't come with micro channel? You're saying that as if that isn't a benefit. No, I'm not talking about the tab belt. Yeah, the carriage return belt. I think we'll be able to solve the carriage return belt. I also have a secret ace up my sleeve for that I'm going to try and pull. It might be expensive. We'll see. There's a chance I might be able to get a replacement, but we'll find out. I don't know. It might be too rare. I don't know. All right, well, we're back up to where we were with section 11. Have I fixed the dinging? No, that's what I'm trying to do right now. The whole problem is the bell appears to be jamming some of the other linkages. Well, that's not the whole problem, but that's part of the problem. So you can see right here, bell crank. Somehow going to this thing here, okay, which goes to maybe this linkage. I don't know. It's really hard to tell. It also goes off to the bell, but the bell is jamming. So if I show you the bell here, you can see that there's a linkage in the middle there. That's the hammer for the bell. It's stuck between two other linkages. So what I'm trying to find is something in the service manual that shows how those linkages are supposed to go together. How low does this score the misery scale? Well, again, I'm actually enjoying this, so it's not on the misery scale. So far, nothing has irreparably broke. I think we've just... Honestly, it really seems like two things have happened. One, it's been repaired a bunch already. I think we're getting that idea. Two, it hasn't been used in a long time and the grease is all solidified and become sticky. So we're having to basically flush out all of the grease. So we're coming through that one section at a time. And then we're having to readjust it because it was probably poorly maintained. And maybe time has just happened. Like, it doesn't make total sense that every single cam had to be brought closer to the power roller. I'm pretty sure I need to bring the carriage return one closer to the power roller still. Oh, there's the clutch spring. Wait, is that in this or is that... No, I think this... Yeah, oh, this is the image I was trying to find earlier, Philip. Clutch pulley spring, remove the friction disc, or clutch pulley, disconnect the carriage return, loosen, which holding the clutch operating arm. So I think if we remove all of this is what we were looking into. I believe if we pull out that disc, you can grease in there. I'm not 100% sure though, to lubricate the gearbox. This might be for the newer one. I was trying to find this image, but I couldn't find that last night. All right, still trying to find bell nonsense. Let's see. So that's how that goes, but that broke. We're gonna have to fix this because these were getting beat up by the paper bale. This thing is crazy. There's the platen isn't just like a solid part. That's why I said bend the spring in slightly. Oh, I forgot to do that. Oops. Oh well. This is like a pin that you push in and then it unhooks something and then it rolls independent of the gearing, the teeth. on the ratchet wheel. Yeah, that's it. It's ridiculous. All right, come on, show me the bell. This other stuff's cool, but like, I want the bell. There are 3 types of feed rolls which have been used for carrying the same number makes necessary type of roll wheel. Roll wheel. Is this in that little, like, nickel thing, that tray with the rollers on? I don't even care. Okay, that's tab stuff. Escapement. What? Stroke counter? Purpose of stroke counter is to count all impressions and spacebar. What? I don't think mine has this. Oh my gosh, that would be so cool if it did. So that's like, I think, that's one of those like clicker counters that someone looking at people coming into like a bar or whatever, where they got to make sure they don't go over the fire marshal limit. So it's one of those, but then it clicks for every actuation. Dude, that's so cool. I'm pretty sure mine does not have that in it. Because I feel like I would have seen that by now and lost my mind over it. Type of stroke counter. Due to the change in short tooth escapement, change been made to the stroke counter and language attachment. Oh my gosh, there's more tunable ones. It's a click counter? Yeah, it's the odometer for the typewriter. It counts every time you type a thing. Dude, I ain't seen nothing about no bells yet. Holy moly, that thing's ridiculous. I don't know what that is. I don't like it. I don't want that to note that's in there. You've been typing enough each day? Oh my gosh, it's like how many AI tokens you have to burn at work now? Roll it back and typewriter fax to verify you did. Oh gosh. Oh, there's the speed holes. They make it go faster. I have, again, no idea what I'm looking at here. That looks like a thing. It does stuff, probably. Biblically accurate linkages. Ah, that's for the ribbon that I'm really, really glad I don't have. I don't want the film ribbon. Those are impossible to replace. I don't know what's going on there, but that looks super cool. It's not how mine works. Why are they, like, split? What on earth is this? Carbon side, enlarge side view portion of the dotted area. What is that? Supplies for carbon side. I don't know. Oh, is this for the kilograph, whatever the mimeograph one is? Hectowriter, that's it. So that's probably putting down a real thick coating of whatever nonsense. Ooh, that one, I will be in danger if I see one of those. That looks really cool. It will be literally completely useless. I will probably end up harvesting parts from it for this one. But it will be so cool. Is electronic clicker counter to count how many turns of wire I was putting back onto electromagnetics? That makes sense. Bell clappers, diagram page 41. How did I miss that? Well, at this point, we're in too deep. We might as well finish. I'm honestly feeling like I'm learning kind of a lot. Whoa. Like, I don't want to touch any of that. None of that. This is, again, I've been all over in this thing. I cannot tell you what any of that is. Cartridge right end. Yeah, we only got 70 pages left. I'm guessing this is for the Hectorwriter. Something along the lines of it feeds like multiple sheets of paper into there and then applies the goo. Dude, look at how many layers of linkages there are. Oh my god. Okay, maybe I don't want a Hectorwriter. Maybe I see a Hectorwriter and I run. Oh my gosh. Forms writer. Oh, that's cool. Wow, why is this even in this manual? This feels like it should be a completely different thing. Like, you call and you say, yeah, I need help with my IBM typewriter. And they're like, okay, what kind is it? Oh, it's the Hectorwriter. And then they say, I'm going to put you on with the manager. And in 1941, they put them in the Sopwith Camel and they fly them out. Wait, is 41, is it just the bell, or does it show the bell? Oh, the bell clapper is on there, okay. What's this? Eccentric. Paul stop. Carriage return. Okay, so this is backspacer, okay. The old Microsoft Flight Simulator knowledge is leaking. Excuse me, but Sopwith Camel and Fokker DR1 are pretty famous aircraft outside of Microsoft Flight Sim. What you should have called out isn't the Sopwith Camel UAF? It's not actually, or RAF. It's not a US plane. Would have accepted Spitfire Mustang, yeah. This is a really, really, I want to say comprehensive service manual. Like, I'm kind of shocked that we have this. I don't know what any of that is. I don't like it. Toll biller automatic carriage return attachment. Dude, I feel like we need to have like way more photographs of these things. That there are a million different weirdo variations. And that's what all this stuff is that doesn't seem even remotely familiar is for. That's a counter again. Wait, that said bell crank? Hold on. Well, I mean, oh man, it was stream delay. There's a million things that went by. Toll biller. Make sure it wasn't this. I don't think even if this says anything to do with the bell, I think it's a coincidence. printed from a 1935 IBM typewriter. How these kinds of documents got made is interesting, because I don't know. Was this linotype? Because they would have been mass produced, but then I still don't understand how you get the graphics on a document like this. Frosty Wolf, you say that, but it is amazing how many things don't have any photographs, even later. Like, I recently, and Digital Ice Age knows this, I recently acquired something. I know you draw it and you photograph it. How do you mass produce that? Anyway, I recently acquired something that there are 0 modern photographs of on the internet, at least, that don't have a watermark baked onto them. Because Digital Ice Age, it turns out there is one from the one source that you would expect to have a photograph of it, but they have their usual watermark on it. Questions and answers, all good. How can I prevent binds in the clutch actuating lever when reassembling? This is literally the first question. Tighten mounting screws into the base while the clutch operating toggle is locked up. When the screws are tight, the toggle again broken. You will find clutch operating lever parts with blah, 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 blah. Did the Cameo device ever show up? I got no idea what you're talking about. No. So it was marked as delivered, but it wasn't there. So it either, I don't know. I'm wondering if it got sent to the wrong house. It wasn't at my P.O. box either. So it didn't go to like there. So it going to the wrong house is the only thing I can think of, or it just wasn't sent. Here's another fun fact though, Deziak. I didn't check this until after it was supposedly delivered. Their eBay account was deleted. So I genuinely don't know how they would have even added a tracking number. The weirdest part is that the tracking makes sense. Like, it went to the right city and everything. Oh, it's a correct postal distribution center. Like, I don't get it. I don't think it's one of those things where just a random tracking number went there, or unless it was one of those situations where they use one of those sites that finds a tracking number that's got a destination that's close to you, and they were trying to do that. So Adam, I got the refund in March. So let me back up the story. There was a thing on eBay that I wanted. It was difficult to justify purchasing it because A, I already have it, B, I already have the more interesting thing that I've made a video about, and C, it was a lot of money. But then I was dumb and I bought it. But it never shipped. They added a tracking number to the listing, but then the tracking never showed that it was actually dropped off. I tried to message them a week later, and then you need to undo it and follow the reassembly instructions. Yeah, I think I need to do that, which was just have it in the upright position, right? Got your tray table up, seat back in the upright position. Tighten mounting screws into the base while the clutch is in the clutch operating lever toggle is up. When the screws are tight and the toggle, again, broken, you will find that the clutch operating lever parts will be perfectly free binds. I don't think it's binding, but I do think that it's miscalibrated. Anyway, it's something you know about. I don't know. I don't remember. It might only be Deziak. It's in a limbo position, yeah. Anyway, so I bought the thing in March. Okay, They didn't ship it for a week. I usually wait a week, message them, and then I didn't get a response back for another week, so I had eBay step in. eBay canceled it. I automatically got my money back, but the tracking never updated. Then in June, randomly, the tracking for the item was changed and it showed as having been sent. That it was actually on its way from the same destination city too. So that was really weird. And it ended up going to the right city that I'm in. But there is a scam where people will input tracking numbers essentially on the USPS tracking site to find one that's going to the correct destination. I don't know how they do that, but they somehow do. And then they will sell that to scammers on eBay so that they can use that to make it seem like they sent the item. So yeah, it's weird. I wonder if that's what happened because their eBay account was deleted, but yeah, I don't know. All right, this is page 250. We'll come back to that. Basically, we just push it up when we reinstall it. Brute force? No. The bigger question is how do they know what the destination is? Because when you click your tracking number information, I don't think it tells you where it's going. So maybe there's more back-end API stuff that you can do to get that. Yeah, I don't think there's any Bell stuff. No, okay, page 41. Let's look at that, 41. Oh, there's the... Okay, there's the Bell thing. Unfortunately, I think that's the wrong... Oh, wait, no, here it is. Bell clapper. I missed it. So... There's a spring. Whatever this is, this plate, I think that just pushes on it. So I think it slides over, pushes it, and then releases it, and it just flaps back. So if I just unbind it, then it might be fine. Okay, I thought, what? Why does this make it seem like there's something that goes to it, though? Bell crank. What? I got no idea. Digging through DMs, can't find it. I'm trying to think about the best way that I could hint it that you would know, but that would be impossible to figure out. So excited to the latest eBay purchase though. I'm super excited. Yeah, still not telling anything about it though until I just make it the whole video. Isn't anything to do with actual ding bells? Oh my gosh, what a waste of time. Shipping API won't tell you the destination. Interesting. I wonder how they get it. Yeah, that's not going to help. And that wouldn't have been something that I expressed to Digital Ice Age. Okay. Man, I can't see squat in here. How do we do this? So I have to get this up and over. That's the wrong way to ding. I desperately do not want to have to dismantle the entire thing to do this. Wow, that takes so much force. Oh my gosh. And then I have no way of getting it to go backwards. So there is technically an easy way to release this that I like super-de-duper do not like. Oh my gosh, no.
100 : you should replace the bell with an old car horn. Oh, God. End of line.
Thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, so here's the other option. Back here, my gosh, it is impossible to see anything. Stupid power wires. I'm a little nervous about trying to move those. Anyway, it's one of them. So I could undo that. That is the other end of that linkage. If I just unclamped it, it would fall down, and then I could just move it over. The only problem is getting it back onto there. Would be a horrendous nightmare. So I think I want to avoid that. You have the pattern diagram? We just spent a bunch of time trying to find that? No. Oh, gosh. Yeah, but I can't get it to go back. So it won't go back anymore because it's hitting that plate. So it can't go back. Yeah, I am afraid I'm going to have to. So here we go. This is the view to see the problem. Okay, so it's not a plate, it's that round post behind it. When I push the bell back, or the clapper back, it just binds against that. Matter of fact, I think that's what it's pivoting on. Oh, maybe I can? Oh my gosh. Doesn't help that it's like 4 inches deep into there too. Yeah, it is an S-bend on the other side of the linkage going into there, which means that I can't get it out from that side. It has to be the other side. If I were able to remove the motor, I could get to the thing there to put it back. I could remove it. That wouldn't be the problem. The problem is putting it back. Oh my gosh. Got it. Ah! Okay. Next. I'm gonna put the power roller back in. I don't think I need it at this stage, but I don't want to forget. I'm gonna loosen these. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna loosen the cam. I'm gonna loosen these two screws here and then retighten them with that up. And I guess maybe that'll work. I don't think so, but that's what the manual says to do. So we'll try it. Okay, so what it wants is it locked up, which I think requires pulling this out back here, and then we tighten it. Okay. That's exactly the same. But I want to see. Oh my gosh! That's a win right there. What's up? We got Bell. Whatever else happens today, it was worth it. Okay. I think this is screwed. I don't know how to... I think this is the next major problem right here. Is this thing. I don't think this is related to any of the other stuff. I also don't think that...
CHER 100 end of line.
Spooky, thank you for the 100 bits. So we can see there's a lot of wear on the linkage here, right? I think that it has been in that position for a long time. I don't think that much wear happened just today. Because that's the metal is scratched. This is the motion that we're talking about. Not wear it, clean the dust off. I swear it's actual wear. I can't zoom in anymore. But the black on that isn't dust, it's like it's wear. And we can turn it on and try and cycle it a little bit, see what we get. Which is why I put the power roller in, because now I don't have to flip it over again. That position is new. It was working. I don't know, but there's not... It's clean-ish on the other end, but it's not, like, clean. All right. Oh, yeah. Bell. Okay, so that's still not working correctly. We're locked. It's making weird noises. And it's not releasing correctly with that. Oh, that's interesting. So this should pull. That's the best sound ever. This still isn't moving back up correctly, though. So, I think this is the problem. I'm pretty sure this should return up, because it needs to be able to be pressed to know when, but it's never pressing on it. But additionally, so it should pull, and that should pull. Yeah, it's really far away from where it needs to be. So that's unlocked, and this should be the resting position right there. Then locked, and then this should be the unlock movement. I wonder, so when it unlocks, now it goes back. How is that so far off? Have we beaten it yet? We have fixed the clutch. We've got, listen to this, bell. And we're narrowing down where the issue is. It is somewhere between this and a linkage right here. Now the first question I think we need to figure out is, though, is it possible that this piece here is in the wrong position? Can this be moved? So what happens if I loosen this again? Then can I move that? This is pretty firmly linked to the position of the cam, with the exception of the fact that it moves out. So that's moving the cam on the power roller, but then this is not. Hold on, things went not the way I wanted. I wonder if somehow this was able to move in such a way that this was able to get behind something that it's not supposed to. Oh my gosh, but I can't see anything though. Wait a minute. It's that way down there. Oh my gosh. I see what the problem is. Oh my gosh, I got it. I know what we need to do. Holy moly. Okay. So, you can see the fork, I'm going to call it, down there. Okay, that moves. This is the bar. Notice that the top of the bar is clean-ish. I think it goes under. So this part, tracing it back down here, I think this is supposed to go underneath of the, oh my gosh, brain. Underneath of this part right here. So I need to loosen the stuff out here to get this to move over that bar. Okay. This is going to be fun. Okay. Let's see if I can figure this out. So I'm going to back this out basically all the way. Actually, I'm just going to remove the screws. Can I get this light in here enough to actually help at all? Not really. It's just not bright enough. Okay. If I increase that, yeah, we're going to go with that. Because I am using that to see in there. Okay. So I'm going to guess maybe this... Oh, that's all that happened. So it just moves left and right. Oh, this is going to be a cakewalk. And then I just have to... I want you to be able to see this. I need to go in here and then pull this up. And now it's underneath. Slide it back. Boom, we're in business. We got it. That's it. That was the problem. We're officially back to where we started today. Aw, yeah. All right, I'm going to lock the cam up as I tighten it. Good news is at the end of the travel of the little bar, you can see here how it's hooking on the end. So we're where we should be. I'm going to even be smart, perhaps, and put the little bits on there that need to go on there so it can, you know, work. All right, this should be it. Oh! You know, this might sound weird. These are the best flathead screws I've ever used. These ones don't suck. I don't know what it is about them. All right, there we are. Clutch is currently locked. I'm going to press the little thing up here. Boom. We're golden. My gosh. Okay, so a full recap of every single thing that we've done today, none of which was fixing the belt. So we had the clutch pulley not have the spring engaged that makes it move back all on its own. That stopped. Then I had to remove the clutch engagement lever, which allowed me access to the spring, which is inside of the gearbox. Once I had access to that, I was able to re-oil it because it was all sticking together. After I put it back together, the clutch assembly was not working correctly. So when I would press enter, it would attempt to lock. The locking, that's correct. But then when I would push this back over, it would not disengage the clutch correctly because this linkage had become misaligned because that bar went underneath. My gosh! And we fixed the bell. Oh man, okay. Let's ghetto a belt solution. Here we go. This is fishing line. It's somewhat tensile. Is that super stretchy? It's hard to tell. I think this is really stretchy. I don't think it's squishing into my fingers that much. Well, there's one way to find out. Can I stretch it while it's wrapped around two tools? Because if it's stretchy, I don't think that's going to work. We might as well just use the shoelace. Where are all my other tools at? It's nylon, of course it's stretchy. I don't know that is something I will agree with. Okay. Want non-stretchy? This is from like 1985. It wasn't the one that wow, yeah, that's stretchy. What do you think about the shoelace there, Philip? The 80-year-old fishing line? You tell me. Look look at the label. You tell me. It's also 10-pound line. I'll have noticeable stretch. All right, shoelaces it is. Never disregard the fishing line. That was a distraction. Haha, you fell for it. I did not have time to make it to a store this morning to get different fishing line. This is just what I had, which is more useful for like removing stickers and badges. Problem is getting the shoelace to hook on. I think I can solve that. Okay, so belt, shoelace. Shoelace is both thicker and wider, which is bad, but we're just gonna have to deal with it for right now. This is maybe a temporary solution, maybe a permanent solution, I don't know. Job number one though, the manual states that this needs to be spun around a total of 5 times before you put the belt in. So we're gonna do that. Wait a minute, hold on. I think it wants the carriage all the way to the left. Probably have to, so that you can get the hook on. Okay, so it goes like that. Then this goes, we turn it back 5 times. So, the thing is basically the groove is pointed up, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So now I tension this. So this goes underneath. And then there's the keyhole, which I'm going to use by taking the really long aglet of the shoelace. This is the brilliant part here that I think might actually work. I'm going to take the aglet, I'm going to stuff it in like that, and then I think it's going to hit the center. And there we go. That's it. That's in. It's just leverage holding it in place. Okay, I'm gonna engage the clutch to hold that there. Now we have to get it through the pulley. Come on. Yeah. Okay. Through the pulley. And now I gotta feed it through the underside of the machine somehow. I have an idea. I don't know if this will fit. It's a little big. If not, then I have less stupid ideas. Come here. Nom. All right. Now it's fed through the Is this just about to work? What are you looking at? Pure brilliance. That's what. And then last, we need to hook the shoelace on there. I want to make sure that I'm kind of, at least sort of, not twisting it. So let me look through it. Okay, so that's the correct way. You've got it, check you've got it twisted. Yeah, it's, wait, there is no second pulley. It just goes straight on the hook now. So now it latches onto this. So I'm just gonna do that. Wait, should it be tight here? This I'm less sure about. I'm gonna go read the manual. The idler pulley on the right. I'm pretty sure that's all correct right there. Maybe it goes the other way. I don't think it matters though. I think that's fine. Red-green typewriter service. That's a very niche joke there, Sleepy. All right, I want to see if it's supposed to be taut pulling on this or not, because I don't know. Will matter when it spools back because it's not quite straight. So if it's wrong, then I just flip it 180 degrees. Wasn't a belt attached to a small loop? I haven't finished yet. So the other end of the belt had this hook on it, and then that hooked onto the spring. I just don't know if it was pulling the hook taut when it was fully extended or not. I want to go read the manual to see if it was. Need the margins set to the maximum position. That I did do. Okay. What section was the tape alignment on? I feel like it was page 4 or section 4, but I'm probably wrong. Oh, maybe. Mainspring holder. Excuse me. Some stuff there. Nightmares. Assemble spring holder, carriage. Carriage is mounted. Loosen the rear rail. Replacement. Lower the carriage. Oh my gosh, replacing the whole carriage? Holy moly, that sounds like a nightmare. I just wondering how to replace the tape. I think it's not supposed to be taut. I think the power roller pulls it taut when it shifts it all the way to the right. Yeah, so maybe leave it not taut and then it's good. I would like to find the... You know what? It's not gonna say, because the correct belt length, it would just do what it's gonna do. I'm going to assume it's not taut. All right. Now I'm considering this a temporary setup. So what that means is I'm going to tie it. I'm going to not try to make this permanent yet, and then I'm going to kind of leave the belt shoelace hanging. I don't want to cut it yet, because what I might end up doing is moving that loop over if I can. I don't know that I can. And then try to reuse it. But in the meantime, what I think I will actually do, not that, I'm going to bend it, or I'm going to tie this into an end loop that's roughly the correct length here. So I'm going to try, it's going to take multiple attempts, I think, because I'm going to do this, and then I'm just going to tie this in a knot. But it's going to be a little bit of trial and error, because some of the length of the shoelace will be taken up by the knot. Just put a staple through it. That would be great if I had, actually I do have staplers. I don't want to put a staple through it. Okay, that's too loose. So let's try and feed more of that through, and then tighten that end. Way, 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 way too loose. Only works with sheer violence, so this should work. Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll work perfectly. Okay, I'm going to go for that. All right. Okay, I'm just going to... In theory... it should work now. And not only should it work, I think everything should work. This is one benefit to not making this permanent yet, is that I can test it, get an idea for what is and is not working. I do have a second shoelace if something goes horribly awry, though. Okay, so I'm going to push that in. Center this. I don't want it to slam around too much. Here we go. Oh my gosh. That just totally worked. So some of the keys, the cams could maybe, they're probably just sticky with oil. It works. Dude. Oh my gosh. Okay. Put paper in it. We got a little more work to do. We're not quite out of the woods yet. Does tabulate work? Backspace definitely works. Tab, I don't know. Hold on. Tab clear. Let me set a tab over there. Move over here. Tab works? Man. Is there a cover that fits over the keys? Not that I'm aware of. I'm in love. Oh my gosh. This is awesome. Oh man. All right. Unfortunately, we got 19 minutes left. I don't know that that's enough to do this. So, final step. I want to put new ribbon on here. And I have this. These are brand new universal 2-inch typewriter spools. They will not work on this machine. So I want to try and transplant them because the original ribbon is so worn out that it has holes in it. So it's just straight up not even going to be usable. So let's see what it will take. Now, I'm going to call out that the serrations go away from each other here. So that's how I need to wind these. You didn't buy purple ribbon? If I knew where purple ribbon was, I would totally buy it. That would be awesome. Okay. Oh my gosh. It's working. My hands are so disgusting. I like how I'm spending all this time like this matters. There we go. Oh, it's even easier. It doesn't even... It's just a little cage. Oh, perfect. Okay. All right. Old garbage ribbon. Be gone. You're the floor's problem now. Okay. So now I need to cut that off or use that as... You know, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, huh. So... What that is, that little grommet, on newer typewriters than this one, these would be levers and they would activate this switch here, which changes the direction that the ribbon flows. Instead, you're supposed to use your dumb human eyeballs to just notice that the ribbons are close to the end, which is really hard when you have the cover on. So that's going to be fun. And then just switch that. So we have to cut the ribbon at that point because we cannot have that on there. Where are the scissors? I found the scissors. This is the full size. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Might want to keep the rivets. Too late. All right. It should auto-reverse? I don't think it does. Nothing I'm seeing here does auto-reverse. All right, here's where this gets fun. You know, there's a smarter way to do this. All right. This is an M3 bolt kit, and I think, yes, it will fit through there. So what I can do is put a nut on here, and I now have a drive shaft. This is only very horrifying because it's with the serrated edges. I basically made a buzzsaw. I gotta be super duper careful with this. Okay, so that is correct. The serrations go away. Hold on, I need to go back to my own footage. Well, and the camera is losing its friggin' mind. I'm just going to turn it off and on again. Okay, serrations away. Not that one. Okay, so I do want it to take up ribbon in this direction. So I can feed it through, and then once it's all the way through, there is a arrow thing that you can just stab it onto. That will hold it in place. There we go. So now it can't come off. And I'm gonna put a little bit of tension on here so it doesn't, oh, of course I got it backwards. Oh well. I love that this has to be right next to my arm. That's my favorite. Okay, let's do it this way. There we go. Here we go. That already did not go well. This is going to be fun. Oh, I screwed that last bit up a lot. Okay. Try that again. I did it again. It's difficult to get it started. That's it. Ugh. Why is it all like oily in the center? Oh, because it's wet ink still there. Weird. I thought the ink was a myth. These ribbons suck. Okay, well, I need to cut that rivet off. Still. Dude, there was like actual ink on there. I was not expecting that. All right. Now, sir, oh my gosh, it's so inky. This is all over my fingers now. Serrations away. Like, you might think, duh, it's ink ribbon, but, like, normally they suck, and they're not, like, actually inky. There we go. It's through. Let's stab it. Ah. And brand spanking new IBM Electromatic typewriter ribbon once I can get it free from the drill. There we go. Ink ribbons have ink? I mean, they usually don't, the new ones at least. They usually there's just like kind of black fabric. Make you think there's ink on them. So this is actually going to look pretty good to start, and then once it gets to the outside, it'll look terrible. It's a interesting little hack to know, though, that I might want to spool them to the other side. Getting ink all over this thing. All right. Oh, I'm going to want to put the foam back so that I don't jump into the wrong sections. I'll do that in a little bit. All right, now I don't want to touch the camera, but I kind of have to. All right, I'm going to replace the ribbons. I'm going to take up a little bit towards that direction. Now, the manual showed that you want it, well, you know what, let's just put one in one side first. There we go. Okay, then through there. And then, like I was saying, the manual wants it the most difficult way possible. Darn, I'm just going to get all the ink on my fingers. There we go. And bingo. Wear rubber gloves next time. Hold on, I'm just cleaning up a little bit here. There's probably lead and mercury. Yeah, really. They do purple amongst other colors. Ooh, okay. Oh my gosh, it's about to work. I'm so excited. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna pull that to the side. We still need to come up with a more permanent solution, or I can just cut this. Oh wait, I need to put the whatever this thing is called in there. I'm gonna call it the paper doodad. I think that's in. It's hard to tell. Okay. Let's fight this into position. That might be it. Paper. I coincidentally cut that just right. Are you guys ready? We might actually be about to type on an IBM Model 01 electromatic typewriter. Now, I'm gonna say this right now. There is a real good chance that the alignment between the basket and the platen is out of whack, and that we'll only see like the top half or the bottom half of the characters. So if that happens, I need to adjust these, and that it's not the end of the world. So that might still need to happen. Here we go. Wow, that hits so hard. Here we go. It's beautiful. Oh my God. I have never seen a typewriter that has lowercase letters. It's just smaller uppercase. Oh my gosh. All right, here we go. Boom. Oh my gosh, it's so good.
CHPER 100. You can type the name of the supporters now. End of line.
Oh, there's no exclamation point. Wait a minute. Aha! It's like an upside down exclamation point. Oh my gosh, it's so good! So, let's look at this really quick. And Laumo, thank you for the 100 bits. Not proportional, not even close. So this is not an executive. So upper, lower, upper, lower, upper, lower. That's so weird.
JJBB, 210 gifting 5 tier 1 sub to Texas community. They gifted a total of 148 in the channel. End of line.
Oh man, JJ, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Dude!
I'm missing the interrupting CHER 100. End of line.
Spooky, thank you for the 100 bits. It works! Look at it! Hold on, let's make it official. Ish. Boom! Oh my gosh. Those are just adult lowercase, so I used to see juvenile versions. Oh man, dude, I'm so excited. All right, tomorrow we are gonna button it up. We'll come up with a more final solution for that. We'll put it back together. We might clean it a little more. Make any last minute adjustments, but dude, it works. Oh my gosh. Now it's quiet? You mean after I turn it off or before? Because I did actually lubricate the motor and it made a huge difference. Also, I don't know if you were here for this, but the bell works.
Said this engine was on a shoestring budget CHER 100. End of line.
When you put the cover on, oh, maybe that might make a little bit of a difference. Yeah, actually it does, especially for what the microphone picks up, probably. Oh my gosh, it's so good. I'm so happy. Wow. I have to type a message from Deck Talk. That's not how it works. Oh man, dude, that's amazing. I'm so excited. It's Spooky. Thank you for the 100 bits again. Oh, tomorrow we'll finish it up. We'll make it nice and pretty, get it working. We'll make sure that we don't want to tune anything. I might try and flush and clean out a couple more of the keys. Well, after it sits overnight, I want to mark down which ones on here, which ones stick more on the first presses, and then we'll flush those with alcohol and then put a new drop of oil in the pivot. And then I think it will be ready to rock. Holy moly, dude. Yes. So excited. Wait, did we verify that power line advance is working? Hold on. Yes, it is. Awesome. Yeah, it's perfect. Wow. That's so cool. Which way was it taking up spool? It's advancing that way. Okay. Oh, that's working. If I flip this, yep, starts even the ribbon take up's working. It's all perfect. Clear all tabs, hit tab and carriage return. No, I think I won't. I'm good. Nah, I'd rather it not beat itself to death. Oh man. Can we see numbers? That's a good point. We haven't checked numbers. We'll do that, and then that's gonna be it. We'll wrap this up. Tomorrow we'll be able to play around with it even more. All right, here we go. I'm gonna click it up one line. I'll just push it back over. Yeah, see, they stick a little still. Oh my gosh, that 4 is incredible. They are not terribly well aligned. But that 4 makes me so happy. Oh my gosh. But they're also, I don't know if they can be well aligned. Like, look at the size difference between the 2 and the 3. That might just be how they are. That might even be for easier distinguishment, actually. Yeah. There we go. A clean run. Dude, those are gorgeous. Oh my gosh. I love this thing. It's so cool. Oh. Yeah, this rocks. Okay. We got to wrap it up for now, though. Oh, man. Dude. It's so good. Your fancy machine with a 1. I know, it's so weird it's got a 1, isn't it? I have no idea why it does. That might be because it's the international model. I don't really know what the difference is there. Oh, the impression. We can tone that down a little bit. We'll mess around with that. See if we can. So list tomorrow, okay? Figure out the sticky cams. We need to tune the impression. Because that's way too hard. I could read this on the back with my eyes closed. It's hitting the paper so hard. And then just button it up. Get the cover on. Oh, and this. We need to solve that. So there are a couple more things to do. But yeah. International's brand name? No. The brand name is... This is an IBM typewriter. It is the first IBM typewriter-ish asterisk lineage. Also save the platen. Yeah, we don't want to murder. Ooh, wow, I can read the numbers on the platen. Granted, the platen hasn't been used in forever, so yeah, but we definitely want to reduce that strength for the platen. So yeah. Oh my gosh. All right. If the stream's breaking up, we should definitely wrap this up. I'm going to start the outro here. All right. Well, thank you all so much for hanging out with me here today. This has been an absolutely incredible day. I am so excited. It works. Just straight up, no qualifiers. It works. That's so awesome. I'm so excited. Tomorrow, we'll finish it up. We'll make it nice and pretty. We'll tune any last little bits of things. It's that we're doing that last 10% that is so easy to push off, especially when you're just making a YouTube video. I want to actually get it done. I want this thing to be nice. So we're going to work on that tomorrow. So if you want to see more of this, you may want to follow, be notified when I go live again next. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one. I think we need a new shirt design here. But that's it for now, and I will see you next time.